Evening, friends. The day may have pulled you in 10 different directions, but now you've made it here. Quiet, still, and ready to unwind. The soul always knows what to do to heal itself. The challenge is to silence the mind. So tonight, let's make space for that silence. The rain will carry on after my voice fades, like a lullaby for your thoughts. Let it wash over you. Let's begin. After Odin declared that Hel, Loki's daughter, would rule over the dead who passed away from sickness, old age, accidents, or other unheroic deaths, the girl showed a faint half-smile for the first time since being taken from her mother. Odin then led Hel to her new home, a dark and lightless world beneath the earth, and showed her the great hall where she would receive her subjects. There, Hel named her possessions with grim names fitting her somber realm. She called her bowl Hunger, held a knife she named Famine, and declared her bed the sickbed. Thus, two of Loki's children, by the giantess Angerboda, had been placed. Jormungandr, the serpent, sent to the vast sea surrounding Midgard, and Hel, ruler of the shadowy underworld. But what of the third child? When the gods had first brought the youngest of Loki's children back from the frost giant's land, it was no larger than a puppy. This creature was Fenrir, a wolf cub, gray and black with amber eyes that glowed with pride and fierce intelligence. Though still small, Fenrir spoke like a man, using the language of gods and mortals. Despite its fierce nature, it ate raw meat, as a beast does, and grew rapidly. One day, Fenrir was the size of a wolf, then a cave bear, then a massive elk. The gods were deeply uneasy about the wolf's rapid growth and strength, all except Tyr, the god of wars and courage, who played with Fenrir and cared for it, feeding the great wolf its meat each day. Odin watched Fenrir grow with a heavy heart, haunted by dreams of destruction. In his visions of the future, Fenrir appeared at the end of all things, its sharp white teeth and topaz eyes, the last images before the world's final collapse. The gods gathered in council and agreed that Fenrir must be bound to prevent the terrible fate he represented. They ordered the crafting of heavy chains and shackles in their divine forges, wrought with magical strength and power far beyond mortal means. When the time came, they approached Fenrir with their chains, presenting them not as a threat, but as a challenge, a game to test the wolf's strength. "You have grown fast," the god said. "Try to break these heavy chains. Do you think you can?" Fenrir, proud and fearless, accepted the challenge and allowed the gods to wrap the massive chains around his powerful limbs. The wolf waited patiently, watching their movements without fear or anger. When the gods finished and Thor shouted the command to struggle, Fenrir flexed his mighty muscles and broke the chains as easily as one might snap dry twigs. He howled in triumph, a sound that echoed through the skies and stirred the moon. "I broke your chains," Fenrir declared boldly. "Do not forget this." The gods exchanged uneasy looks, acknowledging that Fenrir's strength was far beyond what they had expected. The next day, Tyr came to feed the wolf and spoke of Fenrir's strength and the gods' plans. Fenrir wondered if the gods would try again, but he grew stronger with each passing day. Tyr told him that new tests would come, and he wagered his right hand on it. Meanwhile, the gods returned to the forges to craft even heavier chains, each link forged from rare metals, far heavier and stronger than any chain a normal man could lift. The wolf was growing faster than ever, and the gods knew that this new binding must be more than physical. It needed magic and cunning as well. Fenrir was still proud and strong, but the gods' fear of the wolf's future power grew with every passing day. The tale of Fenrir, the wolf destined to bring about destruction at Ragnarok, was one of dread and inevitability. Yet, for now, he remained bound and watched closely by the gods, his fate intertwined with the destiny of the cosmos itself. The story of Loki's children, Jormungandr, Hel, and Fenrir, was the story of looming change and coming chaos. These children, born of mischief and giant blood, carried the weight of prophecy and the future battles to come. The gods had acted to contain their power,
but none could say how long their chains would hold or what the end would truly bring. In this way, the gods shaped the fate of the worlds, weaving the threads of life and death, order and chaos, with the children of Loki at the heart of the unfolding saga. The gods had sought the strongest metal to bind Fenrir, the great wolf, who was growing ever more powerful and dangerous. They found iron from the earth, but to make it even stronger, they mixed it with iron that had fallen from the sky, meteorite iron, creating a chain called dromi, the strongest metal known to gods or men. The gods hauled these mighty chains to where Fenrir lay asleep, preparing for their next attempt to bind him. When Fenrir opened his eyes and saw them, he spoke with a knowing tone, as if this was not the first time he faced such a challenge. The gods told him that if he could break free from these chains, his strength and fame would be known throughout all worlds, and he would be more powerful than any god or giant. The wolf listened carefully, then nodded, understanding the danger as well as the glory. He accepted their challenge and asked to be chained up. The gods wrapped Dromi's heavy links around Fenrir's limbs and secured them tight. At first, the wolf stretched and strained against his bonds, but the chains held firm. The gods began to hope, seeing the chains withstand Fenrir's immense power. However, soon the wolf twisted and writhed, his muscles tensing, eyes flashing with fury, teeth bared and jaws foaming. He growled deeply and struck out with his powerful legs, every sinew straining as he fought to break free. The gods instinctively stepped back to avoid harm as Fenrir's violent struggle shook the very ground beneath them. Suddenly, with a terrible force, the chains fractured and broke apart, shattering into pieces that flew through the air and embedded themselves in the trunks of giant trees and the sides of distant mountains. Fenrir howled triumphantly, a fierce cry both wolf and man, declaring his victory over the gods' chains. Yet the gods who had watched this display of strength felt no joy, not even Tyr, who was known for courage and loyalty. Fenrir noticed their somber faces and felt a shadow of doubt. He brooded over their reaction and over the matters that surrounded his growing strength and his fate. Each day, Fenrir grew larger, hungrier, and more powerful, a threat looming ever closer. Meanwhile, Odin, the Allfather, pondered the problem deeply. He was wise beyond all others, having drunk from Mimir's well and having sacrificed himself by hanging on the world tree to gain knowledge. In his great wisdom, Odin called to him Skirnir, the light elf and messenger of Frey, and told him of a new plan, to craft a chain unlike any that had ever existed before, a chain that no mortal or immortal strength could break. Skirnir rode swiftly across the Rainbow Bridge to the dark realm of Svartalfheim, home of the dwarfs, the greatest smiths and craftsmen in all the worlds. When Skirnir arrived, he described the task and the need for a chain that would hold even the mighty Fenrir. The dwarfs listened in awe and fear, for such a chain would be unlike anything made before, and they named a high price for their work. Skirnir agreed, as Odin had commanded him, and the dwarfs began to gather the strange and impossible materials needed for their craft. These were 6 wondrous things, each seemingly impossible to find, yet all were gathered through cunning and secret knowledge. First, the footsteps of a cat, silent and elusive, for no one had ever seen a cat's footsteps. Second, the beard of a woman, something that did not exist in the world as women were not known to grow beards. Third, the roots of a mountain, deep and hidden where no man could reach. Fourth, the sinews of a bear, strong and wild, yet not easily taken. Fifth, the breath of a fish, airy and wet, elusive beneath the waves. Sixth and last, the spittle of a bird, a tiny drop of saliva from a creature of the sky. The dwarfs used these wondrous and invisible ingredients in secret rites and magic, weaving and forging until the chain took shape. When the work was complete, they gave Skirnir a wooden box to carry back to Asgard. Inside was something unexpected, a long silken ribbon, delicate to the eye but stronger than any chain. This ribbon was Gleipnir, the magical binding that seemed light and fragile, but held great power beyond the understanding of mortals or gods. The gods accepted the gift, knowing that this slender ribbon was their last hope to bind Fenrir and prevent the terrible destruction he would bring. They planned to trick the wolf into allowing himself to be bound once more, this time with Gleipnir, for Fenrir would never suspect that such a fine and smooth ribbon could hold him fast. The tale of Gleipnir is a story of cunning, magic, and the delicate balance of power between gods and monsters, a story that continues the great saga of the worlds and the fates woven by Odin's wisdom and Loki's dark legacy. The ribbon, Gleipnir, was smooth and soft to the touch, almost transparent, and weighed almost nothing. Skirnir had brought it back from the dwarf's workshop late in the evening after the sun had set, and the gods marveled at the delicate band. Together they took the magical ribbon to the shores of the Black Lake, a quiet and shadowy place where the moonlight danced on the water's surface. They called Fenrir's name, and the great wolf came running as eagerly as a dog might come when called by its master. The gods looked on with awe as Fenrir appeared even larger and more powerful than before, muscles rippling beneath his thick fur and eyes glowing with fierce intelligence. The gods told Fenrir they had obtained the strongest bond of all, a chain so powerful that not even he could break free from it. Fenrir, proud and unafraid, puffed himself up and declared that he could burst any chains, no matter how strong. Odin opened his hand to reveal the slender ribbon, Gleipnir, letting it shimmer and gleam in the pale moonlight like a thread of silver woven with magic. The wolf squinted, inspecting the ribbon carefully, then turned away with a laugh, dismissing it as nothing. He told the gods to bring him real chains, heavy and huge fetters, for only then would he show his strength and prove his power. The gods pulled on Gleipnir, straining to break it, but it did not budge. They told Fenrir that the ribbon was stronger than any chain or fetter made by man or god. Fenrir looked at the glimmering band, thin and light as a spider silk or the shining trail of the moon across dark waters, and he scoffed, uninterested and unconvinced. He said no warrior would gain glory by breaking such a fragile ribbon, and there would be no fame or renown if he only broke something so thin. Odin challenged Fenrir, saying he was scared, but the wolf growled and declared he was scared of nothing, suggesting instead that the gods were afraid of him. His amber eyes flashed brightly as he sniffed the air, sensing trickery and treachery hidden beneath the gods' words. The wolf's pride and suspicion grew, and though the gods tried to assure him there was no deceit, Fenrir refused to consent to be tied by a band that seemed so weak, fearing it was a trap. Odin understood Fenrir's reluctance and told him it would take a brave warrior indeed to allow himself to be bound by something he could not break. He promised that if Fenrir could not break the ribbon, the gods would have no reason to fear him and would set him free again, letting him go his own way without harm. Fenrir responded with a long, deep growl, saying he did not believe Odin's words. He said the gods would not keep their promise and would abandon him, leaving him bound and betrayed. He would not allow himself to be tricked. Odin replied that Fenrir's words were brave, but also a sign of fear, that he was afraid to be proved a coward by being tied with Gleipnir. The wolf's tongue lolled from his mouth as he laughed then, a fierce and wild laugh, challenging the gods to try their plan. Despite his pride and fear, the gods prepared for the delicate binding. Tyr, the god of war and honor, stepped forward and offered to place his hand in Fenrir's mouth as a pledge of good faith. Fenrir agreed to this, though with a warning that if the gods betrayed him, Tyr would lose his hand. The gods carefully wrapped the silken ribbon Gleipnir around Fenrir's powerful limbs, binding him tighter and tighter until the great wolf could not move. At first Fenrir struggled fiercely, testing the ribbon with all his strength, but Gleipnir held fast, firm as iron but light as air. The wolf's eyes blazed with fury and disbelief as he found himself unable to break free. With a terrible roar of anger and frustration, Fenrir bit down on Tyr's hand, severing it in a flash of blood and pain. Tyr did not flinch, standing firm and honoring his vow, even as he bled. Fenrir's howls echoed across the heavens, shaking the mountains and stirring the seas, but the gods had won their battle. They bound Fenrir in a deep cave beneath the earth, where he would remain until the time of Ragnarok, the doom of the gods. The wolf lay chained but watched with burning eyes, waiting for the day he would be free to rise again. The gods had used cunning and magic to outwit Fenrir, but none could say how long the chains would hold or what would come when the great wolf broke free. This story is one of power and deception, courage and sacrifice, and the fragile balance between gods and monsters. It is a tale woven into the fate of the worlds, a reminder that even the strongest can be bound by cleverness and that destiny waits for no one. Fenrir showed his sharp teeth, each tooth as large as a man's arm, gleaming in the pale light. Instead of simply roaring or attacking, he challenged the gods, questioning their courage and the truthfulness of their intentions. He said he would allow himself to be tied up only if one of the gods would place his hand in Fenrir's mouth. The wolf promised he would close his teeth gently without biting down, and if there was no treachery, he would open his mouth unharmed when he had broken free or was set free by the gods. He made them swear to this and asked, "Whose hand will it be?" The gods looked at each other uncertainly. Balder glanced at Thor, Heimdall looked toward Odin, Honir glanced at Frey, but none of them stepped forward. The silence stretched, thick with tension, until Tyr, son of Odin and god of war and justice, sighed deeply and stepped forward. He raised his right hand and offered it to Fenrir, showing courage and honor without hesitation. Fenrir lay on his side as Tyr gently placed his hand inside the great wolf's mouth, just as they had played together when Fenrir was a puppy. Fenrir closed his massive teeth carefully around Tyr's wrist, holding him firmly but without breaking the skin, his eyes closing in trust for a moment. The gods then took the shimmering ribbon Gleipnir and began to bind Fenrir's powerful limbs with it. The silken band wrapped around him like a glowing snail's trail, coiling tightly and rendering him motionless. Odin spoke, challenging Fenrir to break free and show his strength. The great wolf stretched his enormous body, pushed with all his might, and strained every muscle, determined to snap the bonds that held him. But with every struggle, the shimmering ribbon held stronger, resisting and tightening with impossible power. At first the gods snickered, then their chuckles grew louder, and finally, when it became clear that Fenrir was firmly bound and powerless, they laughed outright. The hall echoed with Thor's booming laughter, louder than thunder, mixed with Odin's dry chuckles and Balder's bright, bell-like laughter. Only Tyr remained silent, feeling the wetness and warmth of Fenrir's tongue against his palm and fingers and the sharp pressure of the wolf's teeth on his wrist. Fenrir stopped struggling, lying still and watchful, knowing that if the gods planned to free him, it would be now. But instead of mercy, the gods only laughed more. Tyr met Fenrir's gaze bravely, understanding the bond they had made and the pain he was about to endure. He closed his eyes and whispered, "Do it." With that, Fenrir bit down hard on Tyr's wrist, severing the hand in a single, brutal snap. Tyr made no sound of pain, instead gripping the stump tightly with his left hand, squeezing hard to slow the bleeding from the wound. Fenrir watched as the gods took one end of the unbreakable ribbon and threaded it through a massive stone as large as a mountain, and then hammered the stone deep beneath the earth. They drove it down far deeper than the deepest ocean, anchoring Fenrir's bonds forever. The great wolf growled and called Odin treacherous, cursing the Allfather for his lies. Fenrir said that if Odin had not deceived him, he would have been a friend to the gods. Now he vowed to wait patiently for the end of all things, the day of Ragnarok, when he would rise again and devour the sun and the moon, plunging the world into darkness. Above all, Fenrir promised to take the greatest pleasure in killing Odin, the father of the gods, whose fear had betrayed him. The gods carefully kept their distance, wary of Fenrir's deadly jaws, but they had succeeded in binding the monstrous wolf, preventing him from wreaking havoc for the time being. Fenrir's furious growls echoed across the realms, a dark reminder of the power and rage trapped beneath the earth, waiting for the day when the bonds would break and the world would face chaos and destruction once more. This tale, one of cunning, courage, and sacrifice, weaves into the fate of gods and men, a reminder that even the mightiest creatures can be bound by cleverness, but their strength and fury will never be fully tamed until the end of days. As the gods drove the massive stone deeper into the earth, Fenrir twisted his huge body and snapped his powerful jaws at them in fury and desperation. The tension was thick as the wolf struggled, but a god close by acted quickly and wisely. He thrust his sword upward into the roof of Fenrir's mouth. The hilt of the sword became wedged firmly in the wolf's lower jaw, forcing his mouth to remain open, unable to close his terrifying teeth. Fenrir growled, a deep, rough sound that seemed more like the roar of a mountain than a wolf's cry, and thick saliva poured from his mouth, spilling down like a river into the dark waters below. To any who did not know better, the great wolf might have appeared as a small mountain, with a river flowing from a cavernous cave mouth. The gods quietly left that place where the river of saliva continued to flow into the shadowy lake, and though no words were spoken at first, once they were far enough away, the gods laughed among themselves. They clapped each other on the back and smiled wide smiles, those smiles of people who believed they had achieved something very clever, something brilliant and wise. But Tyr, the god who had sacrificed his hand for the binding, neither smiled nor laughed. He tightly bound the stump of his wounded wrist with cloth and walked silently alongside the other gods back to Asgard, keeping his thoughts and feelings to himself. These were the children of Loki, terrible and strange, each destined to change the fate of the world in dark and powerful ways. Meanwhile, far from the shadowed lake, the god of thunder, Thor, was waking from his sleep with a heavy feeling of unease pressing on him. Thor was the mightiest of the Aesir gods, known for his strength, courage, and bravery in battle. Even before his eyes fully opened, he instinctively reached out to where he always kept his hammer close while he slept, seeking the familiar shaft of Mjolnir. But his hand grasped nothing but empty air. Slowly, Thor opened his eyes, sat up, and then stood, searching the room with a growing sense of alarm. His hammer was gone. Mjolnir, the hammer of the gods, was missing. This hammer had been crafted by the skilled dwarfs Brock and Atri, and it was one of the gods' greatest treasures. With a single strike from Mjolnir, Thor could destroy anything. When thrown, the hammer never missed its mark and would always return to his hand. Thor could shrink the hammer and hide it under his shirt, only to make it grow large again when he needed it. The hammer was perfect in every way except one. Its handle was a bit too short, forcing Thor to wield it with only one hand. This mighty weapon was the main shield that kept the gods of Asgard safe from countless dangers. Frost giants, trolls, ogres, and monsters of every kind all feared Thor and his hammer. Thor loved his hammer deeply. Its loss was a blow that unsettled him. When things went wrong, Thor first asked himself if Loki was to blame. Loki was known for his cunning and mischief, but Thor did not think even Loki would dare to steal Mjolnir. Still, the hammer was missing, and the next step Thor always took when something was amiss was to seek Loki's advice. Loki was crafty, clever, and often the best source of information, even if his advice was sometimes troublesome. Thor found Loki and confided in him quietly, saying that the hammer had been stolen and that the gods were in trouble. Loki, making a face of concern but clearly intrigued, promised to investigate and see what he could find out. Loki went straight to Freya's hall, for Freya was the most beautiful and powerful of the gods, with golden hair tumbling freely around her shoulders and an air of dignity and strength about her. The story of Mjolnir's theft was about to unfold in ways none could have imagined, with twists and clever plans that would challenge even the gods of Asgard themselves. This was not just about a missing hammer. It was a test of wit, courage, and the fate of the gods hanging in the balance. Freya sat in her hall as the morning sunlight glinted off her golden hair, making it shine like strands of spun gold. Her 2 large cats prowled nearby, restless and eager to pull her chariot when she wished to ride. Around her neck hung the necklace of the Brisings, a treasure made by dwarfs deep beneath the earth, shining as brightly as her hair and more precious than any gold. Loki approached Freya, asking to borrow her feathered cloak, the one that allowed her to fly. Freya immediately refused, saying that the cloak was her most valuable possession, more precious even than gold, and she would not let Loki wear it and cause trouble by flying around making mischief. But Loki explained that Thor's hammer had been stolen, and he needed the cloak to find it. Freya finally agreed, lending him the feathered cloak, and Loki slipped it on, transforming himself into a falcon and taking to the skies. He flew far beyond Asgard, soaring deep into the land of the giants, scanning the land below for anything unusual or suspicious. As he flew over the giants' realm, Loki spotted a huge grave mound. Sitting upon it was the largest, ugliest ogre Loki had ever seen, plaiting a dog collar with long, thick fingers. When the ogre noticed Loki in falcon form, he grinned a sharp-toothed grin and waved at him, greeting him with a mocking tone. Loki landed beside the ogre and asked if he knew anything about the missing hammer of Thor. The ogre, scratching his armpit and chuckling to himself in a way that told Loki he was very pleased with something, hinted that he might indeed know where the hammer was. The ogre then asked after Freya, inquiring if she was truly as beautiful as people said. Loki replied that if that was the ogre's interest, then yes, Freya was indeed beautiful. The ogre admitted that he liked such things. A tense silence followed as the ogre put down the dog collar he was plaiting and began on another one. Then he revealed that he had Thor's hammer hidden deep beneath the earth, so far down that no one, not even Odin himself, could find it. The ogre said he was the only one who could retrieve it and promised to return it to Thor, but only if Loki would bring him something he wanted in exchange. Loki offered to pay a ransom of gold, amber, and treasures beyond counting, but the ogre refused, saying he wanted no gold or jewels. What he desired was to marry Freya. He demanded that Loki bring Freya to him within 8 days, promising that he would return Thor's hammer as a bride gift on the night of their wedding. Loki asked the ogre his name, and the ogre revealed himself as Thrym, Lord of the Ogres, grinning his crooked teeth. Loki said he was sure they could reach an arrangement. He wrapped Freya's feathered cloak around himself once more and took flight. From his high vantage point, the world beneath him looked small and distant, trees and mountains reduced to tiny playthings, and even the gods' troubles seemed small and manageable from the sky. When Loki returned to Asgard, Thor was waiting impatiently in the gods' court. Before Loki could even land, Thor grabbed him firmly in his huge hands, demanding to know what news he brought, reading the secret in Loki's face. Loki prepared to reveal all he had learned about the hammer's whereabouts and the strange demand of Thrym, a giant who wanted to marry Freya in exchange for returning Mjolnir. The problem of the missing hammer, the demand for Freya's hand, and the plans that would soon unfold were heavy with consequence, shaping the fate of the gods and the balance of power in the worlds. This was a tale of cunning and danger, of bravery and sacrifice, with gods and giants locked in a dangerous dance, and Loki at its heart, the trickster who must find a way to save the day once again. Thor's anger was clear when he grabbed Loki before he could even land, demanding to know what he knew about the missing hammer of the gods, insisting Loki tell him right then and there, without any chance to scheme or plan. Loki, who was as skilled at plotting as breathing, smiled calmly at Thor's mixture of frustration and trust, and revealed that Thor's hammer had been stolen by Thrym, the Lord of the Ogres. He explained that he had managed to persuade Thrym to give the hammer back, but only if the gods agreed to pay a price. Thor, hopeful the price would be simple, asked what the demand was, and Loki told him that Thrym wanted Freya's hand in marriage. Thor was surprised, thinking Freya had 2 hands and maybe could spare one without fuss, but Loki clarified that the ogre wanted all of Freya to marry her completely. Thor realized immediately that Freya would not like the idea and told Loki to deliver the news, saying Loki was better at persuading people when Thor wasn't holding his hammer. They both went to Freya's court again. Loki returned the feathered cloak to her, and she asked if he had learned who had taken Thor's hammer. Loki named Thrym, describing him as Lord of the Ogres, and Freya acknowledged the name with disdain, calling him a nasty piece of work and asking what he wanted for the hammer. Loki told her bluntly that the ogre wanted her to marry her. Freya nodded quietly, and Thor took it as acceptance, feeling relieved. He told her to put on her bridal crown and pack her belongings, because she and Loki would travel to the land of the giants to marry Thrym quickly before he changed his mind. Thor was eager to get his hammer back. But Freya did not respond right away. Instead, Thor noticed the ground trembling beneath their feet, and the walls shaking as well. Freya's cats hissed and fled under a chest of furs, refusing to come out. Freya's hands clenched tightly into fists, and the shining necklace of the Brisings fell from her neck without her noticing. She stared at Thor and Loki with fierce eyes, as if they were the worst creatures she had ever seen. Thor felt almost relieved when Freya finally spoke, her voice quiet but fierce. She asked what kind of person they thought she was, questioning if they believed she was foolish, disposable, or someone who would actually marry an ogre just to save them. She made it clear she had no intention of going to the land of giants, putting on a bridal crown or veil, or submitting to the touch or lust of that ogre. Her words stopped as the building shook again, and Thor feared it might collapse. Then she told them to leave, asking what kind of woman they thought she was. Thor tried to argue, mentioning his hammer, but Loki told him to be quiet, and Thor obeyed. They left Freya's hall, and Thor commented that she was very beautiful when angry, understandable why an ogre would want to marry her. But Loki again told him to shut up. The gods then gathered in the great hall to discuss what to do about the missing hammer. Every god and goddess attended except Freya, who refused to leave her house. All day they debated and argued, knowing they needed to get Mjolnir back but unsure how. Each god and goddess offered ideas, but Loki dismissed them all. The problem was difficult. Freya was too proud to accept marriage to the ogre, and no one else seemed willing to risk such a dangerous and dishonorable act. Time was short because Thrym had said he would marry Freya in 8 days. The gods faced a dilemma: how to get the hammer back without losing honor, without risking their strongest warrior, and without humiliating Freya or themselves. The meeting grew longer, voices louder, and the tension thicker. Loki watched and waited, knowing the solution had to be clever, tricky, and daring. The gods were desperate and divided. Some thought to steal the hammer, others to attack the ogres, but all ideas had risks too great to accept. They needed a plan that would fool Thrym and retrieve the hammer safely. The gods knew that without Mjolnir they were vulnerable to their enemies, and Asgard's safety was at stake. The sun dipped low in the sky as the gods continued their council, the weight of the problem pressing on everyone's mind. Freya remained shut away, silent but burning with anger and fear. The fate of the gods, of Freya, and of the mighty hammer depended on what they decided in these long hours of discussion. It was a test of their wisdom, courage, and cunning, a moment that would change everything. The gods were trapped between pride and necessity, and the outcome was uncertain. Loki, ever the trickster, knew that the next move would be his, and he would need all his craft to save the day without losing the favor of the gods or the respect of Freya. This was the story of how the gods faced their greatest challenge and how they planned to recover the hammer that kept their world safe. Only one god in the hall had not yet spoken: Heimdall, the far-seeing guardian who watches over the worlds with unmatched vigilance. Nothing escapes Heimdall's watchful eyes, not even events yet to unfold. When Loki asked him if he had any ideas to solve the problem of the missing hammer, Heimdall replied that he did, but warned everyone that they would not like his plan. Thor, impatient and determined, slammed his fist on the table and insisted that it did not matter if they liked it or not. They were gods, and nothing among them was too shameful or difficult if it meant reclaiming Mjolnir, the hammer that protected all of Asgard. Heimdall then laid out his idea, explaining that they should dress Thor as a bride, put him in a wedding dress, adorn him with jewels, a bridal crown, and the necklace of the Brisings, and veil his face so that no one would recognize him. Thor was horrified. He objected loudly, declaring that he would never wear women's clothes, especially a bridal veil. He was proud of his beard and could not imagine shaving it off or hiding it. The thought of being made a fool by dressing as a bride was unbearable to him. The other gods murmured their discomfort as well, reluctant at the idea, but Loki, ever sharp and cunning, told Thor to be quiet and accept the plan, for it was an excellent one. If Thor wanted to keep the giants from invading Asgard, he must hide his face and beard beneath the veil and wear the bridal clothes. Odin, the Allfather, agreed it was the best solution. He praised Heimdall's wisdom and ordered the goddesses to prepare Thor for his wedding night. The goddesses arrived to dress Thor in the finest bridal clothes that any high-born goddess would wear. Frigg and Folla, Sif and Idun, and even Skadi, Freya's stepmother, came to help. They brought silks and satins, and with great care they adorned Thor in garments shimmering with beauty and richness. Frigg returned from Freya's hall with the famous necklace of the Brisings, a treasure of unmatched craftsmanship, and she placed it carefully about Thor's neck. Sif, Thor's wife, hung her keys at his side, symbols of household order and care. Idun, the keeper of the golden apples of youth, brought her jewels, draping Thor with rings of red and white gold, setting him to glitter in the flickering candlelight like a star come down from the heavens. The goddesses took great pains to cover his broad face with a delicate veil that hid everything but his eyes. Var, the goddess of marriage, placed a shining bridal crown atop Thor's head, tall and wide and beautiful, fit for a queen. Yet even with all the finery, Var noticed the eyes beneath the veil looked too fierce and masculine. She tried pulling down the crown to cover more of Thor's face, but reminded herself he still needed to see clearly. Loki urged her to do her best. Then, in a final flourish, Loki transformed himself into a beautiful young serving woman to accompany Thor on the journey. His voice and manner changed, perfect in every detail, so that he might play the part of a maidservant and help Thor deceive the ogres. Thor muttered something under his breath, but the words were lost beneath the sounds of the bustling preparations. The two strange companions climbed into Thor's chariot, which was pulled by his great goats, Snarler and Grinder. The goats leapt eagerly into the skies, ready for the long journey ahead. Below, the mountains stretched out like great stone giants, the forests thick and dark, while the rivers gleamed like silver threads winding through the earth. As they flew across the sky, the land of the giants came closer, jagged and wild, far from the safety and order of Asgard. The gods watched with bated breath, knowing that Thor's disguise was their only hope to recover Mjolnir. The journey was long, the air cold and heavy as they approached the giant's hall where Thrym waited, unaware that the mighty thunder god was coming, not as a warrior, but as a bride. The gods in Asgard watched and waited, hoping that Heimdall's bold plan would succeed where force and fury might fail. Thor, though humiliated by his appearance, remained silent, bearing the heavy weight of deception for the sake of all the realms. Loki, ever watchful and cunning, prepared to play his part perfectly, ready to navigate the dangers that lay ahead. This was a test of courage unlike any other, a challenge of wit and will where appearances could deceive and where the fate of the gods depended on a strange and daring trick. The gods of Asgard held their breath, knowing the balance of power rested on Thor's veiled shoulders and on the cleverness of Loki, the trickster who could turn even the darkest moment into a chance for victory. This tale would be remembered for ages, the story of how the mightiest god walked in the guise of a bride, and how the gods reclaimed their most precious treasure through courage, cunning, and a little bit of clever disguise. As Thor and Loki's chariot flew over the wild lands of the giants, the very mountains around them seemed to shudder and break, some cracking in half, and beneath their hooves the earth itself burst into flame as if warning them of the danger that awaited. Thor, sensing the weight of what they were about to face, muttered that he had a bad feeling about this, but Loki, now in the form of a maiden, hushed him quickly, reminding Thor to stay silent and let him do all the talking, warning that if Thor spoke, he might ruin everything they had planned. They landed in the giant's courtyard, a vast place dominated by enormous jet-black oxen that stood like living hills, their horns tipped with shining gold, filling the air with the sharp, sour smell of dung that seemed to cling to everything. From inside the giant's hall, a booming voice echoed, commanding the servants to spread clean straw on the benches, scolding them for leaving dirty spots that might offend the guest of honor, the beautiful Freya, daughter of Njord, who was soon to arrive and whose presence deserved nothing less than perfect cleanliness. The gods saw a path of fresh straw laid carefully across the muddy courtyard, and as Thor and the disguised Loki stepped down from their chariot, they lifted their skirts to keep them from dragging in the muck, each step cautious in the strange and hostile land. A giant woman greeted them, introducing herself as the sister of Thrym, the ogre lord, and without hesitation she reached down and pinched Loki's cheek playfully before poking at Thor with a sharp fingernail, inspecting the supposed bride. She muttered with a mixture of disbelief and scorn that this most beautiful woman in the world did not look like much at all, and when Thor lifted his skirts, it was clear that his ankles were as thick as small tree trunks, hardly the graceful limbs of a delicate bride. Loki, ever smooth and quick-witted, brushed aside her doubts, claiming it was a trick of the light, and insisted that when Freya's veil was lifted, her beauty would be so great that all would be struck down by it. He asked eagerly where her groom was, where the wedding feast was to begin, saying that Freya was so eager for the union that he had barely been able to restrain her excitement. As the sun sank low and cast long shadows over the courtyard, Thor and Loki were led into the great hall where the wedding feast awaited. The massive room was filled with the rough and roaring presence of giants, a place of stone and timber that seemed as old as the mountains themselves. Thor whispered anxiously to Loki, worried about what might happen if the ogre, Thrym, reached out to touch him during the feast, especially if he tried to put a hand on his leg. Loki assured Thor that he would sit between them both and explained it was part of their custom to keep the groom and bride servant close during the celebration. Thrym sat at the head of the long banquet table, a giant among giants, his voice booming as he clapped his hands to summon the servants. The hall soon filled with the arrival of giant servers carrying a feast worthy of gods and giants alike. 5 whole-roasted oxen, each large enough to feed a crowd. 20 enormous baked salmon, each fish as big as a 10-year-old child, and dozens of trays piled high with pastries and sweet treats meant for the womenfolk. Behind them came more servants bearing enormous casks of mead, barrels so heavy that each giant struggled to carry them in, the scent of the rich drink filling the hall. Thrym raised his voice again, declaring the feast was in honor of the beautiful Freya, though his words were cut short as Thor, seated beside him, began to eat and drink with great enthusiasm, not waiting for the formalities to continue. A tray of pastries was set before Loki and Thor, meant for the bride and her attendant, and Loki chose the smallest, most delicate pastry carefully, while Thor swept the rest of the pastries up with broad, clumsy hands, eating with a gusto that surprised even the giants watching. The guests in the hall looked on with a mixture of amusement and bewilderment at this strange bride who ate like a warrior and drank mead as if the feast would never end. Thor's appetite was immense, and his laughter boomed through the hall, louder than the thunderclaps for which he was known. The ogres, accustomed to strength and boldness, found themselves puzzled by this unusual bride, but Loki's smooth words kept them distracted. The feast continued late into the night, filled with laughter, boasting, and the clinking of great horns of mead, as Thor and Loki played their parts perfectly, biding their time until the moment came to reclaim the stolen hammer. Throughout the gathering, Thor felt the weight of his disguise, and the strange role he had to play, the fine clothes and veil hiding the fierce god beneath a mask of softness and beauty. Yet beneath it all, his strength and determination remained unbroken, waiting for the right moment to strike back and take Mjolnir from the grasp of the ogre lord. The tale of this strange wedding, where a god of thunder dressed as a bride and a trickster god served as his maid, would be remembered as a story of courage, cunning, and the unyielding will of the gods to protect their own, no matter the cost or the shame they had to bear. Under the heavy veil, Thor continued to eat with a hunger that surprised everyone in the giant's hall. The women watching grew frustrated and jealous as the supposed bride devoured tray after tray of pastries and sweet treats, leaving none for themselves. Yet the beautiful Freya had not even started to eat, much to their disappointment. Thor, hidden beneath the veil, consumed an entire roasted ox all by himself, followed by 7 massive salmon, eating everything down to the bare bones. Each time a tray of pastries arrived, Thor swept them up greedily, leaving nothing behind. Loki, sitting beside him, would sometimes nudge Thor under the table, trying to remind him to behave, but Thor paid no attention, and simply kept eating with relentless appetite. Thrym, the ogre lord, tapped Loki on the shoulder, noting with surprise that the lovely Freya had just polished off her 3rd cask of mead. The maiden, who was Loki, smiled sweetly and agreed, marveling that she had never seen any woman eat or drink so ravenously. Then Loki, thinking quickly, offered an explanation for this strange appetite. He said that it was because Freya had not eaten for 8 days and 8 nights. So eager was she to reach the land of the giants and be united with her new husband. Now that she was finally there, she was making up for the days lost, eating and drinking with great hunger. Loki's words were like a charm, and he turned to Thor beneath the veil, encouraging him as if he were a real bride, praising how good it was to see him eating again. Thor shot a dark glare at Loki, but said nothing. Thrym, pleased by the sight of his bride finally eating, declared that he should kiss her. Loki quickly advised caution, saying it was not yet the right time, but Thrym had already reached out with his huge hand toward the veil. The maiden, who was Loki, tried to block him, but it was too late. Thrym's hand lifted the veil, and as his eyes met Thor's beneath, he instantly pulled back, shaken and frightened. He whispered to the maiden, and asked if they could speak in private. They stepped away from the table and crossed the hall, the roaring voices and clatter of the feast fading behind them. Thrym asked in a low voice why Freya's eyes were so strange, so terrifying. He said they seemed to burn with a fire unlike that of any woman, and he was unsettled by their fierce glow. The maiden, who was Loki, answered smoothly, saying that Freya had not slept for 8 days and nights because she was so filled with passion and longing for Thrym. Her burning eyes were simply a sign of her deep love and eagerness to taste his affection. Thrym nodded slowly, licking his large tongue in satisfaction, as if reassured. They returned to the table where the feast continued. Thrym's sister had taken Loki's seat beside Thor, and she wasted no time in making her presence felt. She tapped her long fingernails on Thor's hand, demanding some of his many golden rings as a bridal gift. She warned that Thor would be a stranger in this harsh and strange place, and he would need allies to protect him from the dangers lurking in the giant's hall. She made it clear that if he wished to survive and be treated well, giving her some of his precious rings was a wise move. Thor, unable to answer beneath the veil, simply let his hand rest on the table, but Loki, ever the diplomat, handed over several rings without hesitation, smoothing over the demand with a few kind words. The feast went on through the night, the ogres drinking, boasting, and laughing loudly, unaware of the true identities of the strange bride and her maidservant. Thor's great appetite and strange manner puzzled them, but Loki's clever tongue kept their suspicions at bay. Meanwhile, beneath the fine bridal clothes and delicate veil, Thor's strength remained unbroken, his thoughts focused on the moment when he could reclaim his hammer. The hall echoed with the sounds of celebration and revelry, but hidden beneath it all was the tension of the gods' daring plan, a plan that relied on courage, wit, and a bold disguise. The story of the wedding feast would be told for generations to come as a tale of gods who dared to deceive their enemies, who bore shame and hardship for the safety of their realm, and who proved that sometimes even the mightiest must wear a veil and feign weakness to overcome the greatest dangers. The giants marveled at the glittering rings that adorned the bride's fingers, all red and gold, shining brightly under the flickering firelight. The air was thick with anticipation, as Thrym, the ogre lord, suddenly raised his voice, calling out in a booming shout that echoed through the great hall, demanding that Thor's hammer be brought forth to sanctify the bride. He wanted to see Mjolnir, the mighty hammer, placed upon the lap of the beautiful Freya, so that Var, the goddess of pledges between men and women, could bless and consecrate their union. The hammer, heavy and powerful, required 4 giants to carry it, and they bore it carefully through the hall's depths. Its dull glint in the firelight was a quiet promise of the power it held. When they finally placed Mjolnir on Thor's lap, the ogre lord's voice rang out again, demanding that his bride declare her love and pledge herself to him as women had pledged themselves to men since the beginning of time. But Thor's hand, covered with the heavy golden rings that the giant sister had demanded as a bridal gift, closed firmly around the haft of his hammer, feeling its familiar weight, comforting and strong. Then, breaking the tense silence with a deep, booming laugh that shook the hall like thunder, Thor declared that Thrym had made a terrible mistake in stealing his hammer. With one swift strike, he brought Mjolnir down on the ogre lord, and Thrym collapsed to the straw-covered floor, never to rise again. The hall erupted into chaos as Thor wielded his hammer against the giants and ogres who had gathered for the wedding that was never meant to be. One by one they fell beneath the blows of the hammer, until silence returned to the hall, broken only by Thor's call for Loki. Loki emerged from beneath the table in his original form, surveying the carnage with a sly smile. Thor, now relieved, began peeling off the bridal clothes, standing in nothing but his shirt in a hall strewn with the fallen enemies. He grinned cheerfully, saying that it had not been as bad as he feared, that he had gotten his hammer back and enjoyed a fine dinner, and that now it was time to return home. This story of the stolen hammer and the cunning plan to retrieve it is one of many tales that make up the rich tapestry of Norse myth. It shows that even the mightiest god must sometimes play a role that is far from glorious, that strength alone does not always win the day, and that cleverness and bravery in equal measure can overcome great dangers. From this tale, we move on to another story, one that asks a deeper question. Where does poetry come from? What is the source of the songs we sing and the stories we tell? Why are some people able to dream great, beautiful dreams and pass them on to the world as poetry to be sung and remembered for all time, while others cannot? This story, too, is ancient and filled with mystery and complexity, woven with threads of murder, trickery, lies, foolishness, seduction, and pursuit. It begins not long after the dawn of time in a great war between 2 powerful groups of gods, the Aesir and the Vanir. The Aesir were gods of war, battle, and conquest, strong and fierce. The Vanir were softer gods, brother and sister gods and goddesses who brought fertility to the land, making the soil rich and the plants grow. Though they were different, both groups of gods were powerful in their own way. The war between the Aesir and Vanir lasted long and hard. Neither side could claim victory, and as they fought, they began to realize that they needed each other. There could be no great feast or joy in battle without the fields and farms to provide food for the gods and their followers afterward. This understanding led to a truce, a sharing of powers and knowledge, and the 2 groups of gods became intertwined in ways that shaped the world forever. It was from this union of might and fertility, strength and wisdom, war and peace, that the gift of poetry was born. Poetry that carries the dreams and stories of gods and men alike, poetry that binds the worlds and gives voice to the mysteries of life itself. After long conflict and bitter war between the Aesir and the Vanir, the 2 groups of gods finally came together to negotiate peace. The talks were serious and careful, with many voices raised and many stubborn hearts tested, but eventually they reached an agreement. To seal their truce, each god and goddess, Aesir and Vanir alike, took turns spitting into a large vat, mixing their saliva together. This mingling of spit was a sacred symbol, binding their promise to live in peace and cooperation. After this solemn act, they celebrated with a great feast. Food was plentiful, mead flowed freely, and the gods caroused and joked with one another. They boasted of their deeds and laughed heartily as the firelight danced around the great hall. Their revelry continued late into the night, until the sun began to rise and cast its first light over the frost-covered land. As the Aesir and Vanir prepared to leave and face the cold morning, Odin, the All-Highest, spoke thoughtfully. He said it would be a shame to leave the mingled spittle behind, unused and forgotten. Frey and Freya, brother and sister, and leaders among the Vanir who would now live with the Aesir in Asgard as part of the truce, agreed. They decided to create something new from the sacred mixture. Freya reached into the vat, and as her fingers moved through the sticky liquid, it began to change shape. Slowly the spittle transformed into a living form and soon stood naked before the gods, a man born of peace and unity. Odin named him Kvasir, and immediately the new being showed great wisdom. When Odin asked if he knew who he was, Kvasir answered that he knew Odin by many names, All-Highest, Grimnir, Third, and knew all the poems, chants, and kennings that went with them. Kvasir was not only wise, but also kind and gentle. He combined the knowledge of the head with the feeling of the heart, making him the wisest of all beings. The gods jostled to ask him questions, eager to hear his answers. Kvasir listened carefully, understood deeply, and always replied with great insight. He saw the truth behind things and explained mysteries clearly. After some time, Kvasir told the gods that he planned to travel the 9 worlds and see Midgard, the world of humans. He wanted to answer questions that had not yet been asked and to learn more about the mysteries of life. The gods asked if he would return, and Kvasir promised he would come back. He mentioned a mystery of a net, something that would one day need to be untangled. But when Thor asked what this meant, Kvasir only smiled and left the gods to puzzle over his words. Wearing a traveling cloak, Kvasir crossed the Rainbow Bridge and went out into the wide world. He walked from town to town and village to village, meeting many people and treating everyone kindly. Wherever he went, people grew wiser and better because of his guidance and knowledge. He taught simple but useful things, like how to purify water to make it safe to drink, and how to make cloth from nettles, so that even the poorest could have clothing. His presence brought light and learning wherever he traveled. Meanwhile, in a fortress by the sea, 2 dark elves lived who were known for their skill in magic and alchemy. Like all dwarfs, they were great builders and craftsmen, creating wonderful and remarkable things in their workshop and forge. But they were restless and obsessed with making things they had never made before, things that might give them greater power or knowledge. These brothers were called Fjalar and Galar. When they heard that Kvasir was coming to a nearby town, they decided to meet him. They found him in the great hall, surrounded by townsfolk who asked questions and listened with amazement. Kvasir spoke wisely about many things. He told the people how to cleanse water so it would not make them sick, and how to spin nettles into cloth to keep warm. He told a woman exactly who had stolen her ring, helping her find justice. His words brought hope and understanding to all who heard them. Fjalar and Galar watched Kvasir with growing envy. They wanted the wisdom he carried for themselves and sought a way to take it. Quietly, they invited Kvasir to their fortress, promising to share secret knowledge and treasures. When he agreed and came with them, the dark elves tricked Kvasir. They killed him and drained his blood into 3 special containers, 2 vats, and a magical horn. They intended to keep the blood and its power for themselves. But the blood of Kvasir was no ordinary blood. It held the gift of poetry and knowledge. From the vats and the horn flowed the magical mead of poetry, a drink that gave those who drank it the ability to compose great poems, to speak with beauty and wisdom, and to inspire all who listened. This mead was precious beyond measure and became the source of all poetry in the worlds. Thus, the gift of song and story came from the death of the wisest being, made from the unity of gods and sealed by the craft of dwarfs. The story of Kvasir and the creation of the mead of poetry reminds us that knowledge and beauty are born from both peace and struggle, from unity and from sacrifice, and that the power of words can change the world. Kvasir was known far and wide for his wisdom, traveling through towns and villages and answering questions no one else could answer. People admired him for his knowledge and kindness. One day, when he was sharing his wisdom in a large hall filled with curious people, the dwarfs, Fjalar and Galar, approached him. They told Kvasir they had a question unlike any he had ever heard before, but it needed to be asked in private. Curious and trusting, Kvasir agreed to go with them to their fortress. The sky was heavy with gray clouds, matching the dark color of the sea waves crashing near their stronghold. Seagulls screamed overhead as they walked into the fortress, which was built of stone and shadow, cold and forbidding. Inside, the dwarfs led Kvasir to their workshop, hidden deep within the walls. Kvasir noticed strange objects around him. He asked about 2 large vats, and the dwarfs told him their names were Sun and Odin. Then he asked about a kettle nearby, and they called it Odrerir, meaning the ecstasy giver. Kvasir also saw buckets of uncapped honey, golden and flowing. The dwarfs watched him with expressions mixing scorn and amusement, and one of them, Galar, said that if Kvasir were as wise as people said, he would already know what their question was before they even asked it, and understand the purpose of these things. Kvasir, with a calm and resigned voice, guessed their dark intentions. He said that if the dwarfs were both clever and evil, they might have planned to kill their visitor and let his blood drain into the vats, Sun and Odin. Then, by heating the blood gently in their kettle Odrerir and mixing it with the honey, they would create a special kind of mead. This mead, he explained, would be the finest drink, one that intoxicates the drinker but also grants the gifts of poetry and wisdom to anyone who tastes it. Galar admitted that they were intelligent and maybe even evil, and with those words he slashed Kvasir's throat. The dwarfs hung Kvasir upside down by his feet above the vats and drained every last drop of his blood. They then warmed the blood and honey in the kettle Odrerir, stirring the mixture with a stick and adding berries they had collected. The mixture bubbled and finally stopped. Both dwarfs tasted the mead, and laughter came from their lips as they discovered the poetry and verse hidden inside themselves, talents they had never shown before. The next morning, the gods came to the fortress, asking the dwarfs about Kvasir. The dwarfs told the gods that Kvasir had returned with them, but upon realizing the dwarfs were fools without wisdom, he choked on his own knowledge and died. The dwarfs said they wished that they could have asked him questions before his death. They gave the gods Kvasir's bloodless body to take back to Asgard, promising a god's funeral and hoping for Kvasir's eventual return, for gods do not always stay dead. From that day forward, the dwarfs kept the mead of poetry and wisdom for themselves. Anyone who wished to taste it had to ask the dwarfs for it, and the brothers were stingy, giving the mead only to themselves and those they favored. Among those they owed favors to were the giant Gilling and his wife. The dwarfs had invited the giant couple to visit their fortress one winter day. This story of Kvasir's death and the making of the mead reminds us of the cost of wisdom and the dark bargains sometimes made for power. It tells us that poetry and knowledge come not only from light and peace, but also from shadow and sacrifice, and that great gifts may be locked away by those who guard them jealously, leaving others to seek and beg for just a taste. The dwarfs. Fjalar and Galar, after having crafted the mead of poetry from the blood of Kvasir, turned their minds toward darker deeds. They decided to rid themselves of 2 troublesome giants, Gilling and his wife. One day the dwarfs invited Gilling to go rowing with them on the sea. The boat, normally buoyant and steady, rode low in the water because of Gilling's great weight. As they rowed, the dwarfs steered the boat toward hidden rocks beneath the surface. When the boat struck the rocks, it capsized suddenly, throwing Gilling into the cold, rough sea. The dwarfs called to him to swim back to the boat, but Gilling, heavy and unskilled in swimming, was quickly overcome by the waves. His mouth filled with salty water, his head struck the rocks, and within moments he disappeared beneath the sea's dark surface. Fjalar and Galar then righted their boat and returned home, leaving Gilling lost to the depths. When they arrived, Gilling's wife was there, waiting anxiously. She demanded to know where her husband was, but the dwarves were cruel. Galar bluntly told her that Gilling was dead, and Fjalar added that he had drowned. Overcome with grief, the giant's wife began to wail and sob with a deep sorrow that seemed to shake the very walls around them. She called out to her lost husband, swearing she would love him always, and her cries echoed with such pain and despair that they could be heard far and wide. The dwarfs, however, were unmoved and impatient. Galar snapped at her to be quiet, complaining that her loud mourning hurt his ears, suggesting it was because she was a giant that she made such a noise. Yet instead of quieting, her cries grew louder, filled with a sorrow that came from the heart's deepest wound. Fjalar, growing tired of the noise, devised a cruel plan. He told the giant's wife that they would show her the exact place where Gilling had died. She nodded, still crying, and they led her through the great door of their fortress, directing her to stand beneath a high wall by the rocks. As she stood there, looking out over the cold sea and the place where her husband was lost, Galar suddenly dropped a massive stone from above. It struck her on the head, crushing her skull and silencing her forever. Fjalar congratulated his brother on the deed, saying he was glad to be rid of the dreadful noise of her wailing. The dwarfs then pushed the lifeless body off the rocks and into the cold gray waves, where the sea's fingers pulled her away from the shore, reuniting her with her husband in death. The dwarfs shrugged, proud of their cleverness and cruelty. Each night they drank from the mead of poetry, reciting beautiful and powerful verses to each other as they praised their own deeds, including the deaths of Gilling and his wife. They declaimed great sagas from the rooftops of their fortress, their voices carrying far and wide over the sea. Eventually, after nights of drinking and boasting, they would fall asleep wherever they sat or lay, too drunk to move. One morning, however, they awoke not in their fortress, but lying on the floor of their small boat. The sky above was dark with angry storm clouds, and the sea was rough and black, with waves crashing over the sides and soaking them through. A giant sat at the oars, rowing them into the stormy waves. The dwarfs looked at him with confusion and fear. The giant introduced himself as Suttung. He told them he had heard rumors that the dwarfs had bragged to the wind, the waves, and the world about killing his father and mother, Gilling and his wife. Galar, trying to keep calm, admitted that was true and asked if that was the reason they had been tied up. Suttung confirmed it was, and he hinted darkly that he was taking them somewhere as punishment for their crimes. The dwarfs were bound and helpless, powerless against Suttung's strength and fury. As the boat rocked and the waves grew higher, the dwarfs realized that their days of cruel mischief and boastful drinking might soon come to a terrible end. This story of Fjalar and Galar, of the giants they killed and the giant who took revenge, shows how deeds done in cruelty and pride lead to greater consequences. It reminds us that power and wisdom are fragile, and those who guard such gifts must be careful not to lose them to hatred and violence or face the wrath of those they wrong. The dwarfs, Fjalar and Galar, bound tightly and at the mercy of the giant Suttung, tried to convince him to take them to a better place, hoping for kindness and friendship. They told him to a glorious place where they would be freed and could feast, drink, laugh, and become the best of friends. But Suttung did not believe them, and his face showed no mercy. It was low tide, and the sharp rocks jutted out from the sea, the very rocks that had caused their earlier boat to capsize and where Gilling, Sutung's father, had drowned. With deliberate strength, Sutung lifted each dwarf from the bottom of the boat and set them down on the cold, unforgiving rocks. Fjalar quickly realized the danger. These rocks would soon be covered by the rising tide, and with their hands bound behind their backs, they could neither swim nor escape. They would surely drown when the sea returned to cover them. Sutung's cold answer confirmed this was his intention. He smiled for the first time, a cruel smile, and said that as they drowned, he would sit in their boat and watch the sea take them both. Then he would return to his home in Jotunheim and tell his brother Baugi and his daughter Gunnlod of the dwarfs' deaths, so they would know that his parents had been rightly avenged. The sea began its slow rise, covering their feet, then their legs, creeping steadily upwards until it reached their navels. The cold water touched their beards, floating foam in the waves. Panic filled their eyes as the cold sea surrounded them, pressing against their chests. Desperately, they cried out for mercy, mocking the same mercy they had shown to Sutung's mother and father when they killed them. Their cries went unanswered, but their fear grew as the waves came higher. In a final desperate plea, they promised to compensate Sutung for their crimes, to make up for the deaths of his parents, and to pay him whatever he desired. But Sutung was unmoved. He told them he was rich beyond measure, with many servants and treasures beyond counting. Gold, precious stones, and iron for thousands of swords filled his mountain home, and his mastery of mighty magic was unmatched. He asked what the dwarfs could possibly offer that he did not already possess. The dwarfs, caught in the rising tide, fell silent, their eyes wide with dread. The waves grew higher, crashing over their heads, filling their mouths with salty water, and they struggled to breathe. At last Galar gasped out a single thing they possessed, the mead of poetry, made from the blood of Kvasir, the wisest of all gods. Fjalar added that they had 2 vats and a kettle filled with the precious mead, a treasure held by no one else in the world. Sutung listened and scratched his head thoughtfully. He said he must think, ponder, and reflect on this offer. Fjalar shouted to hurry, warning that if Sutung delayed, they would surely drown. The tide now crashed over their heads, and the dwarfs gasped for air, eyes wild with fear. Then, just as the sea was about to claim them, Sutung reached out and grabbed Fjalar and Galar, pulling them from the waves and back into the boat. He decided the mead of poetry was an adequate payment for their lives, fair enough with a few extra items he demanded, sure that the dwarfs had other things to offer. Still bound and dripping wet, the dwarfs wriggled like lobsters in the boat's bottom as Sutung rowed back toward shore. He took the mead made from Kvasir's blood, along with other treasures from the dwarfs, and left that place behind, returning to his mountain home. Fjalar and Galar, though shaken and soaked, were relieved to have escaped with their lives. They spread the tale far and wide, boasting of their close brush with death and the powerful giant Sutung, who had taken the mead of poetry for himself. This story tells how greed, cleverness, and violence weave together in the lives of gods and dwarfs, giants and men, and how even the most skilled and cunning must face dangers greater than themselves. The mead of poetry, born from blood and wisdom, became a prize sought after by many. But its story was born from betrayal and revenge, weaving fate's complex tapestry through the worlds of gods and giants alike. The dwarfs Fjalar and Galar traveled far from their fortress, spreading the story of how cruelly they had been treated by Sutung the giant. Wherever they went, they told their tale, in the bustling market squares during their trading trips, and even when the ravens flew nearby, their voices carried the story of their misfortune. Back in Asgard, Odin, the Allfather, sat on his high throne, listening closely as his 2 ravens, Hugin and Munin, returned from their flights across the world and whispered all they had seen and heard. Odin's single eye gleamed sharply when he learned of Sutung's possession of the precious mead made from Kvasir's blood, a mead that was called many names: the ship of the dwarfs, because it had floated Fjallar and Galar safely home. Suttung's mead, the liquid of Odrerir, Bodn, or sun. With a heavy and knowing heart, Odin commanded the gods to prepare for his journey. He instructed them to build 3 massive wooden vats, the largest they could manage, to be placed waiting at the gates of Asgard. He told the gods he would be leaving for some time to walk the world alone. Before he left, Odin said he would take 2 important items with him: a whetstone, the finest in all of Asgard, for sharpening blades, and the auger called Rati, a powerful drill capable of boring through the hardest rock. Odin tossed the whetstone into the air, caught it deftly, and placed it alongside the auger in his pouch. Then, without further delay, he set off, his cloak and hat donned for travel. The other gods watched with curiosity and some uncertainty. Thor wondered aloud what Odin might be planning, while Frigg mourned the loss of Kvasir, who had once known all things and would have understood Odin's intentions. Loki, ever indifferent, dismissed concern over Odin's journey. Meanwhile, Thor busied himself preparing the enormous wooden vats Odin had ordered. The precious mead was in the hands of Suttung's daughter, Gunnlod, hidden deep inside the mountain called Nitbjorg, deep within the giant lands. But Odin did not set his course directly for the mountain. Instead, he traveled to the farmlands owned by Baugi, Suttung's brother. It was springtime, and the fields were thick with tall grass, ready for cutting and drying into hay. Baugi had 9 giant slaves working the fields, each wielding scythes as large as small trees. Odin watched silently as they labored, their movements slow and unskilled, cutting the grass with great effort. When the workers paused at midday to eat, Odin approached them and asked why they used such blunt tools. The giants argued that their blades were sharp, defending their work without understanding Odin's question. With calm determination, Odin produced the whetstone from his pouch and began to sharpen each scythe blade. As he rubbed the whetstone along the metal, the blades began to gleam in the sunlight, sharp and true. The giant workers looked on awkwardly, unsure of this stranger's intentions, but unable to ignore the change in their tools. When Odin finished, he urged them to try again. As they swung their scythes through the tall grass, the blades cut swiftly and cleanly, slicing through thick stalks with ease and grace. The giants gasped in surprise and delight, amazed by the difference a sharpened blade could make. The grass fell smoothly, as if by magic, and the once difficult task became effortless. Odin nodded, pleased with his work, knowing this was but the first step in a larger plan. He sought to use his skill and cunning to gain favor with Baugi, and through him find a way to reach the mead guarded by Gunnlod. Though the giants were strong and proud, Odin knew that wisdom and patience often won where brute force failed. As the giants returned to their work with renewed strength and sharper tools, Odin prepared himself for the challenges ahead. The journey to claim the mead of poetry was a perilous one, full of danger and deception, but Odin's resolve was steady. This tale, like many in the worlds of gods and giants, weaves together craftiness and power, reminding all that even the mightiest must sometimes use wit and patience to achieve their goals. The mead of poetry, born from blood and wisdom, awaited Odin's arrival in the heart of the mountain, guarded closely by Gunnlod, and its story would shape the fates of gods and men for generations to come. The giants who worked in the fields admired Odin's whetstone and praised the sharpness it gave their scythes, asking if they might buy it from him, but Odin refused outright, declaring that instead of selling the whetstone, he would offer a more fitting and entertaining challenge. He invited all 9 giants to gather closely together, each gripping their sharpened scythe tightly, although they warned they could not stand any closer for fear of the blades cutting each other. Odin acknowledged their wisdom, holding the whetstone aloft, and announced that whoever caught it when he tossed it into the air would keep it. As he threw the whetstone high above them, the 9 giants leapt to catch it, their free hands reaching eagerly for the prize without heed to the scythes they wielded in their other hands. The sharpened blades flashed in the sunlight, and suddenly there was a spray of blood and a wet spurt of crimson as the giant scythes slashed through each other. One by one they fell, their bodies collapsing onto the freshly cut grass, twitching as death took them swiftly and mercilessly. Odin stepped carefully over their fallen forms, retrieved the whetstone from the grass, and placed it back safely in his pouch. With the 9 giants dead by their own blades, Odin continued on his way to Baugi's hall, seeking shelter for the night. Introducing himself as Bolverkr, a name meaning worker of terrible things, Odin met Baugi, who greeted him with a mixture of curiosity and concern. Baugi noted that the name was grim, and Bolverkr explained that such a name was reserved only for his enemies, while his friends appreciated the strength and skill behind it, for he claimed to have the power and endurance of 9 men. Baugi, still shaken by the recent tragic deaths of his 9 slaves who had fought and killed each other, offered lodging but lamented the misfortune of the day. He explained how just yesterday he was wealthy with many fields and laborers to tend them, but now he had no servants left to plant, harvest, or build. Odin, or Bolverkr, expressed understanding and asked if Baugi could find new workers. Baugi replied sadly that it was already spring and that the best workers were employed by his brother Suttung, leaving few others available. Odin reassured him that he could perform the work of all 9 men himself. Baugi eyed the small figure doubtfully, remarking that Bolverkr was tiny compared to his massive slaves, and wondered how such a small being could manage what 9 giants could not. Bolverkr said plainly that if he could not do the work, he would not expect payment, but if he succeeded, there would be terms to discuss. Then he spoke carefully of what he desired, the legendary mead of poetry said to be in the possession of Suttung. The mead was renowned far and wide for granting the gift of poetry and wisdom to those who drank it. Baugi confirmed the tale was true. His brother had not been a poet before, but since coming into the mead's possession from the dwarfs, he had become a dreamer and a poet, transformed by its magic. Odin then offered his bargain. If he could do the work of the 9 dead servants, planting, building, harvesting, he wanted to taste the mead for himself. Baugi's face grew serious, the weight of his loyalty to his brother evident. He told Bolverkr that while he could offer work and shelter, the mead was not his to give away. The precious drink was guarded jealously by Suttung, kept deep inside the mountain Hnitbjorg by his daughter Gunnlod. Baugi's expression showed conflict. He wanted to help but could not promise what was not his to offer. The promise of the mead dangled before Odin like a prize at the end of a long path. He understood the difficulty of the task and the importance of patience and cunning to claim what he sought. The work ahead would test his strength and will, but the reward, the mead of poetry, was worth every hardship. This mead, born of the blood of Kvasir and made by dwarfs, was no ordinary drink. It was a source of inspiration and wisdom that shaped the fate of gods and mortals alike. Odin prepared himself for the tasks to come, knowing that the path to the mead would be full of challenge and trickery, but confident in his divine power and guile. The fields awaited his work, the mountain its secrets, and the story of the mead of poetry was about to unfold anew in the hands of the Allfather. Bolverkr, who was really Odin in disguise, heard Baugi say that the precious mead belonged to his brother Suttung, and that it was a pity Bolverkr could not taste it. But Baugi promised that if Bolverkr could do the work he claimed, Baugi would go with him to Suttung and do all he could to help Bolverkr get a taste of the mead. They struck a deal, and from that moment on, Bolverkr worked harder than any man or giant ever had. He tended the fields and the animals alone, planting and harvesting with unmatched skill and speed. The land repaid his efforts abundantly, yielding more crops than anyone expected. As the first mists of winter rolled down the mountain, Baugi told Bolverkr that his name did not suit him because he had done only good work. Bolverkr asked if he had truly done the work of 9 men, and Baugi answered that he had done that and 9 more. With that, Bolverkr asked Baugi to help him get a taste of Suttung's mead, and Baugi promised that he would. Early the next morning, the two set out, walking through fields and hills until evening came, and they reached Suttung's land at the edge of the mountains. By nightfall, they stood before Suttung's great hall. Baugi greeted his brother and introduced Bolverkr as his servant and friend from the summer, explaining the agreement and asking that Suttung share some of the mead. But Suttung's eyes were cold and hard like chips of ice, and he refused flatly. He would not give away a single drop of the precious mead. He said it was kept safe in 3 great wooden vats named Bodn, Sun, and the kettle Odrerir, all deep inside the mountain of Hnitbjorg, which only he could open. His daughter Gunnlod guarded it fiercely. No one, he declared, would taste the mead without his permission. Baugi pleaded that since the mead was blood compensation for the deaths of their parents, the smallest measure should be given to Bolverkr to show that Baugi was an honorable giant. But Suttung refused coldly, saying that Baugi did not deserve even a drop. After leaving the hall, Baugi walked with a heavy heart, shoulders hunched, mouth downcast. He kept apologizing to Bolverkr, saying he had not expected his brother to be so unreasonable. Bolverkr, however, said that they could play a trick on Suttung to teach him a lesson and make him less proud, so that next time he would listen to his brother. Baugi's posture straightened, and he almost smiled. He agreed and asked what they would do. Bolverkr said they would first climb Hnitbjorg, the beating mountain. Together they climbed the steep paths made by mountain sheep and goats, scrambling over rocks until they were high up. The first snow of winter had fallen on old ice patches that had not yet melted. The wind whistled sharply as it circled the mountain, and the cries of birds echoed below them. Alongside these sounds, there was something else, a deep, steady thumping that seemed to come from within the mountain itself, like the heartbeat of the earth. They moved carefully, stepping over stones and navigating narrow ledges as the cold air bit at their skin. The mountain was alive with a strange power, and the deeper they climbed, the heavier the silence became, broken only by the gusts of wind and their footsteps. As they neared the summit, the entrance to a dark cavern appeared, almost hidden behind a thick curtain of icicles hanging like glass swords. The mountain breathed around them, the air cold and thick with ancient magic. Baugi hesitated, but pushed forward, unlocking the great door that sealed the mountain's secret. Inside, the passage was narrow and winding, carved from stone that gleamed faintly with mineral veins. They descended carefully, deeper into the heart of the mountain, where the light faded and shadows danced on the walls. There, hidden within the rock, lay the 3 enormous wooden vats of mead, Bodn, Sun, and the kettle Odrerir, guarded by the watchful eyes of Gunnlod, Suttung's daughter. Her gaze was fierce, her presence commanding. She was the keeper of the precious mead, and no one passed without her consent. The air inside the cavern smelled sweet and heavy, filled with the promise of poetry and wisdom. This was the prize Bolverkr sought, the magical mead made from the blood of Kvasir, the wisest of all gods. The journey had been long and arduous, but the hardest part was still to come, the task of winning over Gunnlod and claiming the mead hidden deep within the mountain. The story of Odin's quest to gain the mead of poetry was just beginning to unfold in the shadowed halls of Hnitbjorg, where the fate of gods and men would be forever shaped by the cunning and will of the Allfather disguised as Bolverkr. There was a noise, faint but clear, like a human voice singing, coming from deep within the mountain. It echoed softly as if trapped inside the rocks themselves, distant but steady, filling the cold air around the towering peak. Bolverkr, the clever stranger, asked Baugi about the sound, and the giant frowned as he listened carefully. He told him it was the song of his niece, Gunnlod, singing somewhere within the heart of the mountain. Deciding to pause their journey, Bolverkr took from his leather pouch the auger named Rati, a tool famed for its power to drill through the hardest stone. He handed it to Baugi, explaining that as a giant with strength and size, he should use the auger to bore into the mountain's rocky side and create a passage. With determination, Baugi grasped the auger and pressed its sharp tip against the rock. He began to twist it steadily, turning the drill as it dug into the stone like a screw entering soft cork. The drill bit chewed through the rock, sending small chips falling away, dust rising in faint clouds. Baugi kept turning again and again, his muscles straining, the auger digging deeper into the mountain's stubborn face. At last, after much effort, he pulled the auger free and announced that the drill had broken through the surface of the mountain. Bolverker leaned over the hole and blew into it, sending more dust and tiny rock chips flying back. "I have learned two things," Bolverker said quietly. Baugi, puzzled, asked what those two things were. Bolverker answered that the first was that they were not yet fully through the mountain, so Baugi must continue drilling deeper. Baugi protested that was only one thing, but Bolverker said no more at that moment. The wind blew fiercely on the high mountainside, cold and biting, tugging at their clothes and hair. With grim focus, Baugi pushed the auger back into the hole and turned it again, drilling further into the mountain's heart. Darkness began to fall when Baugi finally pulled the drill from the hole once more. He told Bolverker that the auger had broken through into the mountain's interior. Bolverker said nothing, but leaned close to the hole and blew gently inside, watching as the rock chips flew inward, disappearing into the cavern beyond. Suddenly, Bolverker sensed something approaching from behind. In a flash, he transformed into a snake, sleek and silent, slipping effortlessly through the narrow opening as the sharp tip of the auger plunged into the space where his head had been moments before. In his new serpent form, Bolverker hissed sharply to Baugi, who stood stunned, clutching the auger as if it were a weapon. He told Baugi that the second thing he had learned was that Baugi would betray him. With a swift flick of his tail, the snake vanished into the hole, leaving Baugi alone and angry. Baugi struck again with the auger, but the snake was gone, vanished deep within the mountain. Frustrated and furious, he threw the drill onto the rocks below, where it clattered loudly. For a moment, Baugi considered returning to his brother Suttung's hall to tell him that he had helped a powerful magician climb Hnitbjörg and enter the mountain itself. He imagined how proud and angry Suttung would be to hear this news. But instead, with his shoulders slumped and his mouth turned downward in defeat, Baugi turned and trudged home to his own hearth and hall, deciding that whatever happened with his brother and the precious mead, it was no longer his concern. Meanwhile, inside the mountain, Bolverker slid through the narrow hole in his snake form, winding and twisting, until the passage ended in a vast cavern glowing faintly with the cold light of crystals embedded in the stone. Transforming back from snake into a giant-sized man, tall and powerful, Bolverkjar stood firm in the crystalline chamber. He followed the sound of singing deeper into the cave, where the voice grew louder and more enchanting. There, standing before a great locked door, was Gunnlod, the daughter of Suttung. Behind the heavy door lay the vats called Sun and Bodin, part of the treasured mead of poetry that had been guarded fiercely by Suttung and his family. The air was thick with magic and ancient power, the promise of wisdom and poetry held within the barrels beyond the door. Bolverker's heart beat steadily as he prepared for the challenge ahead. This was the moment when his cunning and bravery would be tested deep inside the mountain's beating heart, where the fate of the god's most precious gift rested under the watchful eyes of Gunnlod, the keeper of the mead. In the glowing cavern deep within the mountain, where the vats called Sun and Bodin and the kettle Odrerir were kept safe, Gunnlod stood tall and vigilant. She held a sharp sword firmly in her hands as she sang softly to herself, her voice echoing gently through the crystal-lit space. Suddenly Odin appeared before her, greeting her with respect. Gunnlod stared at the stranger, unsure of who he was or what he wanted. She demanded that he name himself and explain why she should let him live, for she was the guardian of this secret place, set by her father, Suttung, to protect the precious mead of poetry. Odin called himself Bolverkir, and admitted that he deserved death for daring to come here, but asked her to stay her hand and allow him to look upon her. He told her he did not come for the meat itself, but had heard stories of her beauty, courage, and virtue, and that even the chance to see her would make the journey worthwhile. Gunnlod looked carefully at the tall, handsome giant before her, and though she was cautious, she could see sincerity in his eyes. Bolverkr said that she was more beautiful than any tale or song could ever describe, more beautiful than towering mountain peaks, shining glaciers, or fresh snow in the early dawn. Gunnlod blushed and looked down, shy but pleased by the praise. Then Bolverkr asked if he could sit beside her, and without words, she nodded. Together they shared the simple food and drink she had in the mountain, eating quietly in the dim light. After their meal, their feelings grew stronger, and they kissed gently in the darkness, soft lips meeting tenderly. Their love grew, and in that quiet cavern they made love, bodies entwined, skin touching skin, whispering sweet words to one another. When they lay together afterward, wrapped in each other's arms, Bolverkr sighed with longing. Gunnlod asked what was wrong, and he said he wished he had the skill to sing about her lips, how soft and perfect they were, better than any other girl's lips he had ever seen. He wished he could make a song that would last forever, carried by bards and sung for generations. Gunnlod smiled softly, agreeing that her lips were one of her best features, and she often thought so herself. Bolverkr said that if he could taste just the tiniest sip from the vat called Odin, the mead of poetry would fill his soul and give him the power to compose a poem about her lips that would live until the end of time, until the sun itself was swallowed by a wolf. Gunnlod hesitated, but said only a tiny sip could be allowed, for her father would be very angry if she gave away even a drop of his precious mead to just any visitor who managed to reach this hidden mountain fortress. Still holding hands and brushing soft kisses upon each other's lips, they walked through the twisting caverns. Gunnlod showed Bolverkr the secret doors and windows she could open from inside the mountain, through which her father sent food and drink. She explained how the hidden openings allowed her to receive everything she needed while keeping watch over the mead. The cavern was filled with the cold glow of crystals, and their footsteps echoed softly as they moved through the silent halls. Bolverkr marveled at the beauty and mystery of the place, the way the light played on the stone walls, and the sound of Gunnlod's song lingered in the air like a spell. The vats of mead rested nearby, large and ancient, filled with the magic that had come from Kvasir's blood, the source of the gift of poetry. Gunnlod's eyes shone as she looked at the mead, and Bolverkr felt a deep desire to taste even a single drop, to gain the power that would allow him to create songs worthy of her beauty and their time together. Though their moments were stolen and fragile, the bond between them grew strong. Bolverkr's heart was filled with hope and longing, knowing that with just a small sip he could carry the gift of poetry from this hidden place to the wide world beyond. And so, in the quiet darkness of the mountain, with the mead of poetry shining silently nearby, their secret love blossomed, held safe for a time by the guardian's watchful eyes and the stranger's patient heart. In the quiet darkness of the mountain, as Bolverkr and Gunnlod spent more time together, he appeared to pay no attention to anything but her eyes, her lips, her fingers, her hair, and she laughed, teasing him that he did not mean any of his fine words, and that surely he could not want to make love again. But Bolverkr silenced her with his lips, and once more they made love, their passion filling the hidden cavern with quiet warmth. When they had both found satisfaction, Bolverkr's mood changed. He began to weep softly in the darkness. Gunnlod, concerned, asked him what troubled his heart. Between sobs he begged her to kill him, saying he would never be able to make a poem worthy of describing the perfection of her hair, her skin, the sound of her voice, or the touch of her fingers. To him, the beauty of Gunnlod was beyond words, impossible to capture in song. Gunnlod comforted him gently, saying that while such a poem was not easy to make, she doubted it was truly impossible. Bolverkr's sorrow eased, and he suggested that perhaps the smallest sip from the kettle, called Odrerir, the finest of the vats containing the mead of poetry, might give him the skill to create songs of her beauty that would echo through generations. Gunnlod hesitated but agreed, warning it must be only the tiniest sip. If he wished, she would show him the kettle. They walked together through the crystal-lit cavern until they stood before the kettle Odrerir and the two great vats called Bodn and Sun. The rich, heady scent of the mead filled the air, sweet and intoxicating. Gunnlod reminded him again, just the tiniest of sips, promising that 3 poems about her would be enough to satisfy his desire. Bolverkr grinned in the dark, but if Gunnlod had looked closely, she might have seen a flicker of something different in his eyes. Without hesitation, with the first drink, Bolverkr drained every drop of the kettle Odrerir. Then, with his second drink, he emptied the vat called Bodn, and with the third, he drank the entire vat of Sun. Gunnlod was no fool. She realized at once that she had been betrayed. Furious, she attacked him, strong and fast as she was, but Odin, Bolverkr in truth, did not stop to fight. Instead, he fled swiftly, pulling the heavy door closed and locking her inside the mountain's depths. In an instant, he transformed into a huge eagle, stretching wide his great wings and screeching into the cold air. The mountain doors opened before him as he rose into the sky, powerful and free. Gunnlod's screams echoed in the dawn, sharp and desperate, piercing through the morning mist. Far below, Suttung woke suddenly, startled by the cries. He rushed outside and looked up, immediately understanding what had happened. In a flash, Suttung too changed shape, becoming a fierce eagle and taking to the skies. The two mighty birds soared high, their forms shrinking to mere pinpricks against the vast blue, their flight so fast it roared like a hurricane. Behind them, the gods of Asgard watched anxiously. Thor, sensing the moment had come, hauled the 3 enormous wooden vats into the courtyard, preparing to receive what the eagle would bring. The chase was fierce. Suttung flew close behind Odin, his beak nearly touching Odin's tail feathers as they raced toward Asgard. The tension was thick, the fate of the mead and the gift it contained hanging in the balance. When Odin finally reached the gates of Asgard, he began to spit. A steady, powerful fountain of mead erupted from his beak, flowing into the vats one after another, like a father bird feeding his hungry young. The precious mead of poetry, made from the blood of Kvasir and infused with the wisdom of the gods, was now safe in Asgard's hands. Since that day, those gifted with the magic of words, the poets, the storytellers, the singers, have carried a part of that sacred mead within them. Their poems and songs hold a spark of the divine, a gift from Odin's daring theft and Gunnlod's watchful guardianship. Through their verses, the beauty of the world, the depth of human feeling, and the power of storytelling have lived on, echoing across generations. This tale, remembered in the roar of the eagle's flight and the mead's sweet taste, is why the art of poetry and the magic of song remain forever treasured among gods and men alike. The mead of poetry had traveled far and wide, carried in stories and songs by those who had tasted its magic, and so it became known that when a fine poet spoke with power and beauty, they had, in a way, tasted Odin's gift. This story of the mead of poetry was one of trickery, deceit, and violence, filled with dishonor and cunning acts. Yet it was not quite the whole tale, for there remained a final shameful secret to reveal, one that delicate listeners might wish to stop hearing or stop reading altogether. The Allfather, Odin, in the form of a great eagle, had nearly reached the vats filled with the precious mead, with the giant Suttung close behind him in pursuit. At that crucial moment, Odin did something unexpected and crude. He expelled some of the mead in a splattering, foul-smelling burst from his behind, a disgusting fart that splattered directly into Suttung's face. This act blinded the giant temporarily and threw him off Odin's trail, allowing the Allfather to escape with the mead. Since then, no one has wanted to drink the mead that came from Odin's backside, and it is said that when poor poets recite their foolish, ugly rhymes filled with bad similes and clumsy words, they have tasted this foul mead, the mead of failure and bad verse. With that strange and shameful tale behind us, the story turns to another adventure, Thor's journey to the land of the giants. At the edge of wild country, where monsters, giants, and wolves roamed freely, lived Thialfi and his sister Roskva, with their parents on a small farm. The land was harsh, wild, and dangerous, and many times Thialfi found himself in trouble, running faster than any creature in the wild to escape danger. Life at the edge of this wild land meant that miracles and strange things were not unusual, yet nothing could prepare Thialfi and Roskva for the day when two mighty visitors from Asgard, the gods Loki and Thor, arrived in a chariot drawn by two enormous goats named Snarler and Grinder. The gods expected hospitality, food and lodging for the night, but the farm stores were meager. Roskva apologized and explained that their winter had been hard and they had no chickens left, only some vegetables. Thor grunted in response, and without hesitation he killed his two goats, skinned them, and placed their meat in the huge stew pot that hung over the fire. Roskva and her mother cut up their winter vegetables and added them to the pot. Loki took Thialfi aside, the boy feeling intimidated by the god's green eyes, scarred lips, and sly smile. Loki told him that the marrow from the goat bones was the finest food a young man could eat, but Thor always kept it all for himself. If Thialfi wanted to grow strong like Thor, he should make sure to eat the bone marrow as well. When the stew was ready, Thor ate with great hunger, taking the meat of one whole goat for himself and leaving the other goat's meat to be shared among the rest. He placed the goat skins on the ground and threw the bones onto his own skin, instructing the others to put their bones on the other goat skin and not to break or chew any bones, but to eat only the meat. Thialfi noticed that Loki devoured his food at an incredible speed, finishing quickly and wiping his lips casually, while the others ate more slowly. But Thialfi could not forget Loki's words about the marrow, and though he tried to follow the instructions, he found the meat tough and the bones tempting to chew. The next morning, as the gods prepared to continue their journey, Thialfi felt pain in his leg, a sharp and sudden injury caused by a broken bone. It was clear that he had cracked one of the goat bones while eating, and the injury slowed him down. Thor was angry and demanded to know who had broken the bones, suspecting disrespect or carelessness. Thialfi, ashamed, confessed his mistake. Loki, ever sly, laughed and suggested a cure. He told Thor to use his hammer to strike the injured leg, healing the break and restoring strength. Thor did so, and Thialfi was healed. But the incident marked the beginning of Thialfi's life as Thor's servant and companion. From then on, Thialfi and Roskva accompanied the gods on many journeys, witnessing wonders and dangers beyond imagining. Through these tales, the strength of friendship, the price of mistakes, and the loyalty between gods and mortals were shown. The land of giants was a place of challenges, but also of lessons, where even gods needed help and where courage and cleverness were rewarded. This story, like the mead of poetry before it, is a thread woven into the larger tapestry of the myths, reminding us that even heroes face hardship and that every journey is filled with wonder, danger, and the chance to grow stronger.